Young's Asian Massage during the pandemic. He recalled, she'd always say, "We family." Even when we get divorced, she'd say that, because that's how she was. Mike spoke powerfully this morning, advocating for gun safety at the Georgia Capitol. We'd like to welcome Michael Webb.
Friends, for the past 2 years, let me put my glasses on. For the past 2 years, I've talked about the unspeakable trauma that my daughter Jamie and our family have had to live through since her mother, Xiaojie Tan, was brutally executed on 3/16. While we still grieve, I must tell you that our grief has turned into frustration and anger, so I'm going to change the narrative. I must admit I'm taking it personal now. So a little about my family. Most of you know my youngest daughter Jamie's from China. What you probably don't know is I helped raise 2 daughters of Asian descent. Lauren lives in California. My son, Jason, and his wife Jennifer, and my 4 grandsons live in Colorado. Until recently, Jennifer was a school teacher. We lost Jared in 1999 when he committed suicide with a shotgun that was kept unlocked and loaded in his grandparents' living room. He was 18 years old. I used to worry more about my daughter's safety than my son's because they're women. But now I must worry more about their safety because they're Asian women. My former wife and 7 other innocent people, most of them Asian women, were hunted down and killed by a 21-year-old boy that the state of Georgia allowed to walk into a gun store and walk out with a semi-automatic weapon in less than an hour. They were all dead 2 hours later. A simple 3-day cooling off period like we have in Florida and many other states would have probably saved all their lives. It's simple, folks. The more guns there are, the more gun deaths there are, and there are more guns in the United States than anywhere else on earth. In the mid-60s, our country had a public health crisis. 5 years of skyrocketing motor vehicle-related deaths. So in 1966, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration was created. The vote in Congress, 318 to 3. There was no partisanship. We set and administered new safety standards for vehicles and road traffic safety. We created laws, regulations, licensing, and testing, among hundreds of other initiatives. The result? We now have 15% less deaths on the highway than we did in 1966, even though we have 4 times as many vehicles on the road. I submit to you that now guns have caused a public health crisis. For God's sake, they're killing all our children. But we already have a model to make it better. And guess what? We don't have to take the guns away any more than we had to take the vehicles away in 1966. So to the vocal minority, stop hyperventilating about some diabolical plan to take your guns. It's just paranoia. As I mentioned, my daughter-in-law, Jennifer, until recently was a school teacher. She's the best mother my 4 grandchildren could ever have. She wrote to me recently, and I quote, "Our babies should not have to learn to run and hide from an active shooter as part of their education in school. These are our babies. What the hell is the matter with us? Thank you.
If we could have our audience members come in, we have some tables in the back. And I also happen to see among the people who just entered is Amanda Pongwaripakia, who is the artist, the multimedia, multidisciplinary artist who created this beautiful work behind us. She flew in all the way from New York, but she is a child of Georgia. She grew up here. And so, just to repeat, the theme of our event is always with us. Asian Americans rise against hate. So, now we're going to go on to our community activists.
Thank you so much, and our hearts are with you, Robert and Michael, and the families that are watching through the live feed nationally. Just this week, the FBI released new hate crime statistics. They are horrifying, triggering, and I'm angry. Over a third of Asian Americans said they made changes in their daily schedule or routine over the previous year due to worrying about being threatened or attacked. Only 19% of them believe their local elected leaders were doing a very or somewhat good job dealing with violence against Asian Americans. Last year, on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta shootings, a survey conducted by AAPI data found that 16% of Asian American, 14% of Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islander adults had experienced a hate crime since the beginning of 2021. 14% and 16%. Proportions suggesting that nearly 3 million Asian American Pacific Islander adults had experienced a hate incident within about a year. 3 million. Let that sit in. And with these sobering statistics, we wanted to now introduce to you our API community leaders and activists who've been working day in and day out in their respective networks and communities to share their insights, their stories, the work that they've been doing in this community to fight and to combat Asian hate. And so first, I would like to introduce Dr. So-Hyun Ahn. She's a multi-award-winning academic and professor of social studies education at Kennesaw State University, and she is definitely not new to this space. She's a curriculum scholar. She focuses on K-12 Asian American studies and creating anti-racist social studies curriculum. She is actively involved in teacher professional development and curriculum, writing for teaching Asian American histories in K-12 schools in Georgia and in other states. And among many other accolades, she's recognized with Distinguished Research Award from the American Educational Research Association on the education of Asian and Pacific Americans. So now I invite Dr. Ahn to share her remarks and the work that she's been doing.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's a blessing to be here with you all for collective grieving and healing. Like many of us in this room, I was beyond horrified to hear the news of Atlanta's shooting on that day. Although I was devastated, I wasn't surprised because since the beginning of the pandemic, I've seen one case after another where Asian Americans were blamed for COVID-19 pandemic. As a history education scholar, I know this is not the first time when Asian Americans were blamed for public health crisis. Back in the day, 1880s, Chinese immigrants were bullied. Chinese immigrants were harassed and killed because of the bubonic plague. And it continues. And also, this is not the first time history shows that people of color in general, the new immigrants in general, were blamed for disease outbreak, various disease outbreak. So I wasn't surprised, but I was frustrated to see this ugly history repeats on the day 2 years ago. As an education scholar, I can say that poor education is the problem. That means good education is the solution. If we really want to stop anti-Asian hate and violence, we cannot continue to exclude and misrepresent Asian Americans in our school curriculum. So recently, from my anger after the Atlanta spy shooting, I embarked on new research. So I collected all 50 states K-12 US history curriculum standard and analyzed with my research question what we as a nation are teaching about Asian Americans to our nation's children. One of the findings, as you might guess, among the 50 states, 18 states has 0 Asian American history content. Most of the states include just 1 or 2 events, typically the Japanese American incarceration during World War II and the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. As you might know, right, these 2 events barely covers the diversity, complexity, and the richness of Asian Americans in US history. Furthermore, these 2 events actually send the wrong message to our nation's children, that Asian Americans are either the victim of the Asian Americans are actually the victim of the native racism, or the Asian Americans are the enemy of the state. So I am wondering, what if our school, particularly in Georgia, have taught the long history of Asian migration to this nation, Asian Americans' long struggle of racism and white supremacy, and also Asian Americans' contribution to our racial justice. If then, maybe, just maybe, then 21-year-old white man, Aaron Long, might not have committed this tragic murder because he must have learned about the humanity of Asian immigrant women through his education in Georgia public school. Indeed, what we teach at school really matters. It's not an academic debate. It's a life and death issue. If our school curriculum teach Asian American history as well as the history of indigenous, Black, and other marginalized groups, our children will grow up with a better understanding of what it means to be American and who belongs to this country. It is truly inspiring that many states, including Illinois, New Jersey, and Connecticut, are now mandating teaching Asian American history in their K-12 public school. And also nationwide, many states are actually now requiring ethnic studies as a high school graduation requirement. More inspiring is that actually these changes could come about because of students of color
All right, councilors, good morning. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al., 22 SC 183572. Good morning, councilors. Sorry that it took me a little bit longer than I expected for a meeting this morning, so I ask for your apology and indulgence on that. Let me go ahead and take roll to begin with. All right, Mr. Beebe and Mr. Partridge. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Botts and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Farley and Mr. Menendez. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Mender, Ms. Fagan. Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Huey, Mr. Matthews. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Mr. Myrick and Ms. Bernard, good morning. Mr. Nichols, let's see, I should say Mr. Gardner and Ms. Westmoreland. Okay. Mr. Adams and Ms. Callan, good morning. Mr. Blaylock and Mr. Hill, good morning. Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Jimenez, good morning. Good morning. Mr. Epinger and Mr. Johnson, good morning. Good morning. And Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams, good morning. All right, wonderful. Good morning, Ms. Love.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, Ms. Hilton.
Good morning.
And who else do we have at your table, madam?
I'll let him introduce himself. Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dave Uhelski.
What's your last name, sir?
Uhelski. U-H.
Oh, okay, U-H-E-L-S-K-Y, S-K-I, right?
That's right.
All right, we got you. Good morning, sir. All right. Good morning, Ms. Von Kelch and Mr. Randolph.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, madam, that is Ms. Von Kelch. Any administrative announcements for us as a group?
No, Your Honor. 3 of the jurors scheduled for today have withdrawn their hardship. Additionally, regarding scanning of the questionnaires, we included all of the questionnaires for the jurors scheduled for today as well, simply because we had to turn those over to our vendor so that they could begin scanning, and so they can double check them so we don't have the issue that happened last time. So all of the folks from today will be included on the USB drive, but of course at this time we're not aware of their excusal status. Just wanted to give you a heads up. We do include a list of those folks at the beginning of the scan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Von Kelch. All right. All right, Mr. Randolph, can we go ahead and call in, I should say 687, please. 687.
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I forgot to add. Juror 687 requires an interpreter and the
Urdu. Okay.
It is arriving, I think, around 11. The interpreter is not here yet.
Let's hold that one, okay? All right. You speak Urdu?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
We got Mr. Dorsey.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to let the court know, somehow Mr. Dorsey has first appearance now. Just wanted to let the court know, it's via Zoom, so whenever we take a break, if I may have permission to join via Zoom the first appearance, whenever we take a break.
Yeah, I'll let our sheriff's team make arrangements for you to do that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's see, Mr. Randolph hasn't come back yet. We'll have to hold on that one. So.
Sometimes if we have the numbers of the ones that withdrew their hardship.
770, 707, and 711. 670, 707, and 711 withdrew their hardships.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Randolph.
is it okay if I bring in 696?
I was gonna have you do that because I don't think our interpreter's here quite yet. Yes, go ahead and bring in 696, sir. Juror 696, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair if you wouldn't mind. Once you get there, be seated and pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay? All right. Okay, juror 696, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Sir, speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you. I understand either by your identification or our identification, you wish to be examined for hardship.
That's correct.
And the basis of that hardship, if I'm reading this correctly, is financial and that you are a caregiver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who are you a caregiver to, sir?
My son, he is 7 months today, and I'm the primary caregiver. My wife works full time, so I'm home taking care of him.
Is there, and that is the arrangement that you and your beloved have made in regards to the care of your son?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that facilitates in that, in your caregiving function of him?
No.
So are you asking to be excused as the primary caregiver because you don't have the ability to have any alternative arrangements for the care of your child?
That's correct.
All right, counsel, do I need to examine 696 any further?
No, Your Honor.
May I excuse him for statutory hardship? All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. 697, Mr. Randolph, please. Thank you, sir. Juror 697, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
All right, sir, if you could speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, that would be great.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you wish to be examined for hardship, or you identified yourself for hardship, and the bases that I was given are a couple. One of them is work-related. You're a business owner.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, and the second one was health-related.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the third basis is that you have an elderly care issue. Is that right?
Yes, with my 79-year-old woman,
79-year-old mother?
Mother,
Okay,
yes.
all right. All right, so your mom is 79, and what are you doing for her? What conditions does she have that you?
She tends to fall at least once a month and ends up in the hospital. And then I sort of have to be the one to intervene to make sure she's, getting clothes and stuff. I do have backup plans for that, but my sister is disabled, so I'm kind of on my own with her. But I'm typically in touch with her every day and make sure she has, daily needs, groceries, and stuff.
Does she live with you, or does she live by herself?
She lives by herself, actually, still.
Have you had that discussion about assisted living as of yet?
Yes, sir.
How's that gone over?
Well, I've just gotten her to give up her car, so it's kind of one step at a time. But
Okay, all right. All right, sir. So basically, you call and check on your mother every day and do any type of task. You take her to doctor's appointments?
sometimes, yes.
Okay, all right. Let's move on to talk a little bit about you're a business owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got a little information about you that you provided. Are you a construction company owner?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of your company?
Gasaway Homes Incorporated.
Okay, and I take it if you're not there, you don't make any money?
That's not necessarily true. I work I get paid by the basis of the contract. I don't get paid by the hour. I have hourly employees, however, that
Okay. So let me back up with that. So you, are you an LLC, PC, what corporate structure do you have?
SEP, incorporated SEP. Simple.
You're an S?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the principal owner? Do you have anybody else that's owner, that is?
I'm principal. I'm principal owner, sir.
Okay, all right. Nobody else, is you. All right. So if you were here, is there anybody else that would run the day-to-day operations of your company?
Not in my position, no, sir.
Okay.
I'm the chief. I put out all the fires.
Okay, all right. So you're the chief operating officer, the
Yes,
chief
sir.
financial officer,
Chief everything.
chief scheduler,
HR, PR, you got it.
payroll,
Yes, sir.
you name it. Okay, all right. All right, so you do it all. So if you're not there, it's to oversight, you'll have a definite hardship. Is that correct?
It would be chaos, Your Honor.
Chaos. All right, with that chaos, prevents you from listening to the testimony if you were called for this jury for a period of 6 months or greater, from focusing on the testimony as presented in the four walls of this courtroom and giving it your undivided attention.
Indeed, sir.
And will that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
That would be very possible, sir.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Love or Mr. Brown?
Nothing further to say.
Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 697 for hardship? All right. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. 699, Mr. Randolph? Thank you. Juror 699, good morning, sir. Come on up to the witness stand here and have a seat. Once you get there, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Juror 699, we identified you, or you identified yourself as having a hardship that is work-related. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We have a little bit of information about you, Juror 699, and if I'm reading this correctly, you are a custodian that works for Georgia State University. Is that correct?
Yes.
How long have you been employed with Georgia State?
5 years.
Full-time?
Yes.
Salary or hourly?
Hourly.
But you work 40 hours a week?
Yes.
What's your hourly rate?
$16 an hour.
16 an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What did you make last year?
14.77.
I'm sorry?
$14.77.
What did you make total? Like, what did you report as your W-2 wages? Or when you got your W-2 most recently in January this year, what did it say on it? If you can recall.
I didn't get a chance to look at it. I worked 2 jobs, but I haven't got a chance to look at it.
All right, so you worked that one. We're gonna move on to the other one in just a second. All right, so you work 40 hours a week?
Yeah.
All right. So if I told you that you make about $640 a week and 52 weeks in a year, does 33,280 sound about in the ballpark?
Yes.
Okay, that's one job. You have another job you work?
Yeah. Work overnight.
You work what?
Overnight at ABM.
ADM?
ABM. Airport.
What do they do?
American Building Maintenance.
Oh, ABM?
Yeah.
Okay, what do they do?
I do custodial work overnight at the airport.
And so, okay, what time is the Georgia State job from? When to when is that one?
7 to 3.
7 to 3?
3:30. Yeah.
7 to 2:30?
3:30 to be exact.
3:30, okay. And what is the ABM job start?
7
p.m.?
10 p.m. to 6:30 a.m.
How many days a week?
5.
Are you full-time with that?
Yes.
When do you sleep? You're getting your hustle on. All right, okay. How much does ABM pay you?
About $16 an hour.
$16 an hour?
Yeah.
So again, you make another $33,000 from that, right?
Yes.
Sir, do you own a home, have a mortgage?
No, I don't. Do not.
You do?
I don't own a home at all. No.
You don't own a home?
No, sir.
You live with somebody else, like you're like a family member, or you rent?
No, sir. I stay with myself. I rent.
I'm sorry?
I rent by myself.
You pay rent yourself, okay?
Yes.
How much is your monthly rent?
$840.
$840, and that's probably without utilities, right?
Yes.
How much are your utilities on top of that $840?
$170.
About $170?
Yes.
So all in, you're right around $1,000 a month. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's just for your rent and utilities, correct?
Yes.
You own a car?
Yes, I do.
You paying a car note?
Yes, I do.
So you got a car note, and then you pay car insurance on that.
Yes.
Any other significant bills?
Car insurance, car note, phone, cable.
Okay, all right. So if you were to be selected for this particular jury service here, would it be fair? Oh, and let me ask you one other question, a couple other questions. Do you know what Georgia State's juror policy is?
Not offhand.
Meaning if you're selected for jury service, do you know if they pay you?
Yes, they do.
Okay, all right. Does that make a difference how long it is?
No.
Okay. And then for ADM, what is their juror policy?
I haven't spoken with him yet.
If I were to excuse you for a couple minutes, do you think you could call HR at ABM and find that out, whether or not they have what their juror policy is, so we can kind of figure that out in your particular hardship?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna release you to go outside in the hall, go ahead and call HR and just say, hey, what is the juror policy that, they may pay, they may not pay, they may pay 5 days, they may pay you while you're here. So we'll need to know that, and then we'll talk with you further. And just whenever you find that out, let Mr. Randolph in the back know who directed you in, and we'll call you back up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. 700, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
Juror 700, good morning, sir. Come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get there, have a seat, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. You either identified or we identified you as somebody to be examined for hardship, and that hardship is predicated on work. It says it's work-related. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We have a little bit of information about you, which has been provided by you. So if I'm reading this correctly, you are a manager, and you work for Eurofed Automotive. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
How long have you been with Eurofed?
2 years in July.
So coming on 2 years in July. And how much money did they pay you last year?
$102,000.
Okay. And do you happen to know what Eurofed's juror policy is?
I do, Your Honor. Have it in writing.
Can I see that, please? If you could hand that to our sergeant, please. Thank you, sir. I'll include this as the next juror exhibit in order. I mean, I should say court exhibit in order. All right. The policy from Eurofed and seems to indicate that employees shall be paid for only 40 hours a week for a maximum of 2 weeks. Beyond that, your position will be guaranteed, but pay will not be issued. That sound about right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I will include this as the next court exhibit in order. I got to ask you a few more questions, Juror 700. Sir, do you own a home and have a mortgage?
No, sir.
Do you rent?
Yes, sir.
How much is your monthly rent?
$1,500.
How much are your utilities?
Roughly $300.
Do you have a car note?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's that?
$700.
And you pay car insurance, I'm sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any other significant bills other than just ordinary living and other expenses that you are tracking?
No, Your Honor.
All right. How much do you have in checking and savings at this point in time?
Not enough.
Well, join the club along with everybody else. But how much do you have?
Roughly $45,000.
All right. So let me see if I can just kind of summarize your circumstance, okay? If you were selected for this particular jury service, would it be fair to say that you would lose somewhere around $51,000 in income?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would it also be fair to say that you'd probably have to spend some of this $45,000 to pay your rent, utilities, and other customary expenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that put you in financial peril or concern?
Drastic, yes, Your Honor.
And would that financial peril or concern affect your ability to listen to the testimony presented in the four walls of this courtroom and give that testimony your undivided attention?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial both to the state as well as to each individual defendant in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, any counsels for any defendant?
No, sir.
May I excuse juror 700 for hardship?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. (701), Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 701, good morning.
Good morning.
Once you get there, once you've taken your seat, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly in the mic. I'll hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Madam, you have identified, or we have identified you as having a hardship, and I've got a couple of different things I want to talk with you about. It's indicated you're relocating. You have DDD, which is degenerative disc disease. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then also, you got work-related hardship, and you have some travel. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
My work is my travel.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit to begin with about your relocation. Where are you moving to?
Boulder, Colorado.
Boulder, Colorado. And when are you moving?
Target May 1st.
1 May. And is that due to just employment, your spouse? We have, like I said, we have a little bit of information about you. We know that you're a flight attendant for Delta and your husband's a CPA for Bennett and Thrasher. So what's the cause of the move?
He is opening an office in Boulder, Colorado. He'll be heading it up starting April 1st.
And I take it that you are going along for the new adventure in Boulder, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir, Your
All right.
Honor.
Okay. Madam, do you have something showing like a lease or some type of document showing that this move or relocation is imminent?
Yes, sir. It's coming your way.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I have I am in possession of a letter from Bennett and Thrasher, who is juror number 701's spouse's employer. And I will include it as the next court exhibit in order. It is a memorandum to her husband that indicates that, and the date is February the 27th of 2023, and it says assignment of duties to Bennett Thrasher's Boulder, Colorado office. And he is going to lead that particular office, and it is anticipated that he will move into that particular area on April the 1st of 2023, consistent with our juror's statement to us. Is there any other reason that I need to examine juror number 701, counsels?
No, sir.
May I excuse juror 701 for hardship?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you and your husband the best of luck in your new adventures, okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, madam.
Bye-bye.
702, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 702, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please, if you wouldn't mind. Once you get there and you're seated, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone so that we can all hear you, okay?
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Juror 702, you've either identified or we have identified you as somebody who needs to be examined for hardship, and that hardship is based on travel, financial, and caregiver. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's start first with the caregiver. Who are we taking care of?
I have 2 daughters.
2 daughters, and how old are they?
I have a 4-year-old, Emmeline, and Kendall is 18 months, 19 months.
And are you the primary caregiver of those of your 2 daughters?
Could you clarify primary?
Well, that means that we have a little bit of information about you. So your beloved is a financial planner for creative planning. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So do you, and you work for Deloitte?
Correct.
All right. Who has the primary responsibility for getting the girls where they need to be every day? Is it you or your wife?
It's typically a joint effort with one of us doing drop-offs, the other one doing pickups when I'm not traveling.
Okay, so primary would be that you were basically, if you told me that, or you told us that you were doing most of the day-to-day activity for your girls, then that would be certainly something that we would consider as you being the primary caregiver. But it sounds like you have a joint effort. Is that's the word you use, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Tell me about the pickup and drop-off schedule concerning your 2 ladies.
For our 2 girls, they go to Mount Pisgah Christian School.
So what time are we leaving the house?
7:15 in the morning. We like to try to get them there by 8. They're in 2 different locations that are kind of close by, just a little bit down the road from each other, but they're not technically in the same exact spot.
Okay, so you drop off one for 7:15 and the other one for what time?
Right before 8 o'clock.
Okay, and then so who drops off? You or your wife?
When I'm home, I typically do the drop-off duties. But it just depends on what's happening with schedules and meetings and things usually around work.
Okay. And what time is pickup?
Has to be before 6 p.m.
What area of town do you live in? Like Roswell, Alpharetta, Midtown, Buckhead, Southwest Atlanta?
Johns Creek, Alpharetta.
Okay, all right. All right. The travel, is this business travel or is this personal travel?
Business.
And what dates of travel do you have booked?
Next week is confirmed. Per the guidance, I haven't booked anything additional. The next travel would be sometime in April, I think mid-April.
How long is it for?
Our travel is typically a Monday through Thursday, leave Monday in the morning, come back home Thursday evenings.
So middle of April would probably be somewhere around the 10th to the 14th. Does that sound about right? That's Monday to Friday.
I believe it's the week of the 17th.
And then it will be 17 to 21 April. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Do you have any other business travel that is booked as of yet?
No.
Personal travel that is booked?
We have personal travel planned just for vacation, but it doesn't involve flying. It's the week of April 3rd. I have a travel schedule that's printed out if it's of any use or help.
Yeah, you can give that to us, please. All right, Deputy Talton, let me have that, please. All right, if I'm able to read this very tiny schedule that you printed me, which I'll mark as an court exhibit in order. The X means that you're going to Ann Arbor. The Y means you're going to New Jersey.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and the Z means another location in New Jersey, right?
It just means a different team of people in New Jersey. It's the same location, though.
Okay, I got you. All right, so all right, so you'll travel, I think, was it the 3rd of, is it the 3rd of April?
It would have been planned, but I have scheduled, or at least planned PTO at this point in time.
Okay, all right. All right, and then the next period of travel is sometime in July, is that right? July the 10th?
I believe there's April, there's some May travel, and then July as well. Where it really picks up is September, October. It's when the work that we're doing is brought live for the client we represent.
When was all this planned?
September last year.
Last year?
Yeah. Correct.
So you have so how many days a month do you travel ordinarily?
An estimate, best guess is maybe like 2 weeks of the month, like every other week is usually typical. And that can just depend on what project you're on, you know, for the client work you're doing.
Counsels, this particular document, which I will mark as the next court exhibit in order, does in fact give his particular schedule, and it does reference that he travels a fair bit. As his testimony indicates, at least a couple of times a month. And this particular travel, he's got an email that was booked, or anyways, it was discussed. It's got travel plan and prep, and that is August the 30th of 2022. So juror 6, I should say 702, these dates were discussed at that point in time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there any further examination I need to make of juror 702 counsels? Mr. Brown, anything on behalf of any other counsel? No. All right, may I excuse juror 702 for hardship? All right. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we can recall 699, sir. Yeah, all right. All right, juror 699, thank you for, did you get the information?
I couldn't get in contact with anyone because
You cannot?
No, sir.
Oh, you weren't able to reach anybody?
Sir,
You were not able to reach anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So let me see if I can kind of just summarize where you are at this point in time. Georgia State, your daytime employer would pay you your full salary of this $33,280, is that correct?
Yes.
So what we don't know is we don't know what ABM is going to do, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Sir, what I'm going to probably end up having to do is to probably ask you to come back at another date and time. We'll probably examine you, and we'll examine you both for this particular issue with ABM, and then if necessary, go on to the issue of your, of what you put in your questionnaire, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so basically the way that would work is, so between now and then, it's going to be at least a month or more before we'll go ahead and call you back. But you're going to need to find out from ABM what their juror policy is. And you know, best thing to do is either to have the HR director either give you a letter or for you to take a look at the employee handbook and see what it says. And then you can let us know exactly what ABM's policy is, and then we can ask you some more questions related to your service and for hardship, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so, counsels, anything further that relates to hardship at this point in time? No. All right, any individual defendant? Okay, all right. Sir, what I'm going to do is, you remember the letter that Ms. Von Kelsch, that's our jury services director, as well as her team gave you in regards to your unique juror number and the after-hours number you're supposed to call?
Yes.
All right, you're going to need to do that, but I can tell you it's probably going to be more than a month, and then we'll also reach out to you, but keep checking that number, and we'll go ahead and let you know when you need to come back in. All right?
Okay.
All right, next thing is, I want to thank you for your patience with us that you've given us now and will continue to give us in the future. And then the last thing I wanted to just kind of just make sure that we cover with you is, do you remember my ad nauseum admonitions about acceptable behavior?
Yes, sir.
You're still subject to those, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll see you in probably more than a month, and until then, be well, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. 703, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. When we're done. Oh, yeah, when we're done. Okay. Yeah. Juror 703, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair. Once you get there, have a seat, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Juror 703, you either identified or we identified you as a person to be examined for hardship, and I believe that that reason given was that you were the primary caregiver of an elderly person. Is that correct?
Yes.
Madam, who are you taking care of?
My mother.
And how old is Mom?
She's 72, be 73 in May.
Great. And what do you help Mom out doing, and what conditions does she have that put you in this position of being a caregiver?
She's a stroke recovery person.
Okay.
And a heart surgeon. She had heart surgery as well.
Okay. How long ago did she have the stroke?
January of 2021.
And when did she have the heart, what, did she have heart surgery, or did she have a heart attack, or what?
She had the stroke was a result of a heart murmur, and they had to go in and cover up the hole in her heart.
Okay. And when did she have that procedure done?
In November of 2021.
And so she's still recovering from these two particular procedures?
She had some neurological deficits as a result of the stroke.
Does your mom live with you?
Yes.
And do you have any other siblings in the Atlanta area that help out taking care of your mother from time to time?
No, just my husband.
Just you and your husband?
Correct.
Who's taking care of your mom today?
My husband.
Okay, all right. Madam, is your job, we have a little bit of information about you. So you work for Colonial?
Yes.
Is that remote?
Yes.
So you can basically be there to take care of your mother's needs, is that right?
Yes.
You take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Make sure, okay, all right. And there's nobody else that can take care of your mother other than you, because you're the primary caregiver?
Correct.
Your husband, he works as a fraud investigator, is that right?
Yes.
Is he remote, or does he go in the field?
He's remote, but he does travel quite frequently.
Okay. So it's just you with your mother primarily?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, is there any other reason, do I need to examine juror 703 any further? Mr. Brown? Any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 703 for hardship? All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you for madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. 704, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 704, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Juror 704, once you get there, go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay, got it.
All right. Sir, you either identified or we identified you to be examined for hardship, and the basis for that hardship is a caregiver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so who are we taking care of?
Of my mom.
Your mother?
Yes.
And how old is your mom?
She's 73.
73. And what conditions or does she have that necessitate you taking care of her, if I can ask?
So my mom lives with us, and she has severe diabetes.
She has diabetes?
Yeah, she has.
Is she a type 1 or type 2?
Type 2. She's on insulin. She takes that multiple
she is
times
on
a day.
insulin?
Yes.
Okay.
Has been for over 35 years. And she also has had her heart issues with her valve changed.
She had a valve change?
Yes, in her heart.
Okay.
And she also needs regular iron infusion.
Regular what?
Iron infusion.
Iron infusions.
Right.
Okay, and so I take it that you and your wife take care of your mother, her mother-in-law, and you take her to doctor's appointments?
Yes, that's right. That's right. My wife and I, take turns because we both work. So depending on our schedules, we try to do that.
But taking care of mom is a pretty demanding situation. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, we're glad she stays with us and we are able to do this, but it does take quite a bit of work. Yeah.
Coordination between you and your spouse.
Yes.
You have any other relatives or family in the Atlanta area that help out with your mom from time to time?
So my dad also lives with us, but he doesn't drive much. I mean,
your dad lives with you, but he doesn't drive?
Yeah, he does, but like not much. He doesn't feel comfortable driving in traffic. So obviously Atlanta has a lot of traffic. So, we try to help out quite a bit on that.
How old is your father?
He will be 75 in April.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? So your dad's not really, you're taking care of both your parents, is that right?
Yes. That's
okay, all right. Your job, we have a little bit of information about you. Both you and your wife are IT professionals with IBM, correct?
That's correct.
Do you work remotely?
I work from home, and sometimes I have to travel for work.
How often do you travel for work?
Maybe once a month.
How long are you gone for?
A couple of days, 3 to 4 days. But I have some flexibility there, so I work with my clients and my employer.
And so you and your wife kind of coordinate your schedules for that?
That's right.
Anybody else that helps out with your parents other than just you and your wife?
No, we don't have any other relatives.
But the issue of the caregiving function for your mother and father, you're the primary person that handles that. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Brown? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant?
No, sir.
May I excuse Juror 704 for hardship counsels?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. (706), Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 706, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get there, please be seated. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Juror 706, we either identified you or you identified to be examined for hardship. And the reason for that is that a couple things. Your wife has an illness, you have some travel, and your job concerns. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. let's talk a little bit about your beloved to begin with. What type of situation does she have?
She has 6 chronic illnesses. Some are fairly rare, but I do have letters from her doctors.
Can I see that, please? You can hand that to Deputy Talton, please.
Yes, there's one letter, and here's a more updated one.
Thank you. How does that, so as a result of that, how does that affect your day-to-day, life with your beloved?
She has flare-ups and is bedridden at times, and I also have a 12-year-old son that I become primary caregiver for her and my 12-year-old son when she has a flare-up. I also have another doctor's letter on my phone with pictures.
This one's pretty detailed and sufficient. These two. So I take it that this is your sole. This causes you a lot of coordination.
Yes, my son has bronchitis right now, and my mom is at my house. She had to take off work for me to come here today.
Okay, the conditions that your wife that you told us, the 6 chronic illnesses, they are listed on the back of this letter from.
Yeah, she had to see a specialist for the ones that are written in ink there that are mentioned in there, and I have the doctor's notes from that, pictures of the doctor's notes from that.
I think this will be sufficient. This one here, I just want to make sure I cover that for purpose of the record. And then I believe that we also have a letter, and that one's dated 3/10/23. And then there's another letter that is from earlier that kind of just tells that what you just said, that your wife has these flare-ups. And during the flare-ups, is it true that she has to go to the ER?
A lot of times the pain is so bad that she gets nauseous and can't stop vomiting, and then has to go to the ER to get a.
Okay. All right, Counsel, I'm going to include these 2 documents as the next court exhibits in order. You're welcome to look at them. It does substantiate our jurors' statements to us. Is there any reason that I need to examine him further, or can I, at this point in time, Mr. Brown? Anyone else? May I excuse juror 706 for hardship? All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you and your beloved and family all the best, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Am I good?
Yes, sir.
708, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 708, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair. Once you get there, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Juror 708, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, you either identified or we identified you as having a hardship, and the basis for those hardship you wish to examine us to examine you are financial and travel. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, and we have a little bit of information about you, which has been self-provided, okay? Means you gave it to us. So, if I'm reading this correctly, you are a healthcare data analyst, and you work for Cotivia. Is that correct?
Yes.
How long have you been with them?
About 6 years.
And how much did they pay you last year?
140,000 roughly.
Okay, and do you happen to know what Cotivia, or Cotivia, I should say, is juror policy is?
Yes, they pay up to 5 days.
Pay up to 5 days, and then after that, you go on leave without pay. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
Okay, need to ask you a few other questions. Do you own a home and have a mortgage?
No, sir.
You rent?
Yes, I rent.
How much is your rent per month?
Around 2,600.
2,600. And then how much do you have in utilities?
Depending what you include, it would be another $200, $300, I guess.
So we're $2,900 all in for our living expenses, correct? That sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. You have a car note?
Yes.
How much is the car note?
$250.
And you pay car insurance?
Yes, sir.
You have any other extraordinary bills or or I'm sure you probably have just basic living expenses, cable, subscriptions, food, that kind of stuff, right?
Correct, yes.
All right. How much do you have in savings or checking?
Somewhere in the upper teens, thousands. So
like 15,000 or greater? 15 to 20,000?
Somewhere around 15,000 roughly.
Okay, all right. So you got $15,000 in savings or checking. So if you were with us, would it be fair to say that you would lose somewhere around, after the exhaustion of the 5 days, you'd probably lose somewhere around $70,000 in income, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Would you also have to spend most, if not all of this $15,000 that you have in savings?
That's correct.
Would that also affect your ability to pay your mortgage, car note, and customary expenses?
Yes, sir.
Would that further affect your ability to listen to the testimony that's presented in the four walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
Yes, sir.
Would that also make it such that you could not be fair and impartial to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
It would certainly be difficult, sir.
Anything further, Mr. Brown? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse Juror 708 for hardship at this point in time, counsels? All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor,
Madam.
the interpreter is here for juror 687.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and take that up, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 687, come on up to the witness stand, please. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Sunny Parekh.
Can you spell your first and last names for us, please?
SONNY, first name, last name Parekh, PAREKH.
Mr. Barrett, can I get you to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you shall well and truly interpret those responses from English to Urdu, Urdu to English, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you put your hand down. Are you a certified Urdu interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sir, if you could tell our juror number 687 to speak directly into the microphone, please.
आपका right hand ऊपर करिए. ऊपर.
Okay. Madam, good morning.
Good morning.
Madam, you wish to be examined for hardship, and the basis for the hardship is travel and language, correct?
Yes.
आपको यहाँ पे आने जाने की और तकलीफ है ना? Yes.
Madam, do you speak any, did you learn English in school and in college?
आप स्कूल में इंग्लिश पढ़े हैं?
वहाँ पाकिस्तान में पढ़े यहाँ नहीं.
I have studied in Pakistan, not here.
Are you a pharmacy technician for is it Costos?
आप फार्मेसी का काम करते हैं? Yes.
Are you required to speak English in your job?
आप काम में इंग्लिश बोलते हैं?
वो तो इतना नहीं बोलते ना, मतलब जरूरत होता है इतने बोलते ज़्यादा, काम से काम रखते हैं.
I speak English only when needed if I'm seeing a patient.
Are most of the people that you've talked to non-English speakers?
आप वहाँ पे जो है तो नॉन इंग्लिश वाले से बात करते हैं? Yes.
Do they speak Urdu like you?
वहाँ पे उर्दू बोलते हैं? Yes.
And how long have you been in the United States?
आप अमेरिका में कितने साल से हैं?
30 साल से, 30 years से.
30 years.
And are you a United States citizen?
आप अमेरिका के सिटीजन हैं? Yes.
When did you take the citizenship exam?
आप सिटीजनशिप कब लिए थे?
30 साल हो गए.
2000?
याद नहीं हमको, काफी.
Okay, I do not recollect exactly.
I'm sorry?
I do not recollect exactly when I got my citizenship.
Okay, all right. Madam, did you watch the juror video when you came in the very first day of examination?
यहाँ जब पहली बार आए थे तो जूरर का वीडियो देखा था? Yes.
Were you able to understand that particular video and that was and the instructions that I gave you in English?
वो वीडियो जो था इंग्लिश में था, आप समझे थे उसको?
आधा तो 70% उनको समझ में नहीं आया क्या.
I could get only 50% of it.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Brown? Anything further, any counsels for any individual defendant?
No, sir.
All right. May I excuse your 687 for hardship? All right, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you the best, okay?
Okay. आपको
Can you tell her she's excused? Can you tell her she's excused? What the judge
आपको यहाँ पे एक्सक्यूज दिया है, यहाँ काम नहीं करना आपको.
All right, counsels, let me go ahead and just kind of speak with you just a minute. We have got to a stopping point at this point in time as I have lunch is here and I have another unrelated matter to take up during our lunch hour. Deputy Talton, can you make sure that Mr. Jimenez and his client are set up for that particular proceeding, please, during the lunchtime hour? All right, Mr. Jimenez, will that work for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so we'll take care of that before we come back at 1:30. Ms. Fagan, your colleagues probably don't like you, that none of them have asked me how many we have left for this afternoon. So I'm going to tell you that, okay? This afternoon we have We have 10 to complete, and I have to take up Mr. Stillwell's issue in regards to his motion. So I plan on doing that once I complete these next 10 folks and this afternoon. Any other ministerial inquiry with me on behalf of anybody? Okay, at least not for now. Okay, all right. And then this afternoon, when we complete, we'll talk about tomorrow. As you all know, tomorrow we will entertain our next particular group of individuals, and those are from jury group 5. More to follow. We'll put pinpoints on that, and we'll talk with you all. If you don't have any other inquiry, I'll see you all back for a 1:30 start time, and we'll go ahead and complete our business, okay? All right, we're in recess. To expect you when the proceedings are over, around 3-ish or thereabouts, okay? All right. Okay, unless there's further inquiry of me, Mr. Randolph, can we go ahead and call in 710, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Juror 710, good afternoon, madam. Come on up to the witness stand once you get there. Please be seated. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, Juror 710, you either identified or we identified you as a person that need to be examined for hardship, and that's based upon two things, work-related and travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the travel to begin with. Where are you going?
Puerto Rico.
What dates are you traveling?
May 3rd through May 8th.
Any further dates of travel other than 3 to 8 May?
No.
Okay, all right. If I told you that we could accommodate you for those particular dates, would that otherwise satisfy your travel hardship?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your work, okay? We know a little bit about you because you provided us that information. So if I'm reading this correctly, you are a senior billing manager for Payments MD, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with Payments MD?
5 years.
And how much did they pay you last year?
About 45,000.
Okay, and do you know what Payments MD's juror policy is?
It is. It's they compensate 5 days.
5 days, and then after that you get leave without pay, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, got to ask you a couple of additional questions that ordinarily would be none of our collective business, but do you own a home and have a mortgage?
Yes.
And how much do you and your beloved have in savings or checking at this point in time?
About 300.
$300?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And would it be fair to say if you were selected for this particular experience as a juror, that you would probably lose somewhere around $27,500 in income? Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Would you also have to expend some of this or all of this $300 you got in your checking and savings?
Yes.
Now, your spouse, he's a service coordinator for Boiler Supply Company. What does he make?
Roughly about 44,000.
Would it be very difficult for the both of you to still pay your mortgage and your collective bills without being in financial peril?
Yes.
And would that financial peril or concern cause you to not be able to listen to the testimony as presented in the four walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
Yes.
Would that also prevent you from being fair and impartial both to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
Yes.
Anything further, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, anyone, individual defendants?
No, sir.
May I excuse Juror 710 for hardship counsels?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay, madam?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. $712, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 712, come on up to the witness chair, please. Once you get there, have a seat. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Juror 712, you either identified yourself or we identified you as somebody that needs to be examined for hardship, and that hardship is predicated on being work-related. Is that correct?
Yes, even though there's some other.
All right, let's talk about the work-related issue to begin with. I have a little bit of information about you which has been self-provided. You gave it to us. So are you a carpenter that works for Urban Construction LLC?
I'm the owner of Urban Construction.
And how long have you been the owner of this?
30 years.
30 years?
Yes.
And what did you make last year in terms of income? Ballpark figure, I don't report to the IRS nor the state of Georgia.
About 750,000.
About 750,000?
Gross.
Okay, gross. You have a team of construction managers and superintendents and laborers that you're required to pay?
Yes, and I have several subs and 2 employees.
You have several subs. How many subs you have?
About 21.
21, and you said how many other, what was the other category, folks?
2 employees.
2 employees?
Yes.
And what do those 2 employees do?
One is administrative and one is superintendent over projects.
If you were out, would your superintendent be able to facilitate the business of the company?
Absolutely not.
All right, and tell me why. I mean, I'm not a construction person, so tell me why your superintendent couldn't do what you do. Tell me what distinguishes you from your superintendent, other than you're the owner.
He really doesn't have the qualifications to write checks, negotiate contracts, make sure those people on job, and meet inspectors out. They actually want me to be on site a lot of times when final inspections are taking place.
So that requires your presence.
Yes.
Is that daily or is that every couple of days?
Project by project. Yesterday I had an electrical inspection, and probably next week I'll have plumbing inspection or HVAC inspection.
Are those take place during the day?
Yes.
Are you the person that solicits business on behalf of the company?
I am.
So if you're not basically free to solicit business and operate the company, would your company have to fold up if you were here for about 6 months?
6 months is a stretch. I would have to.
You would have to what, I'm sorry?
Yes, 6 months would be a stretch, and I would have to put things aside. I couldn't get any more contracts if I was here for 6 months.
If you had to put things aside and you were selected, well, first let me ask you a couple other questions. That 750 gross, what did you actually take home?
About 50,000.
And how much do you have in savings?
About 14.
You own a home, have a mortgage?
Yes, I have a mortgage.
You have a car note?
I have a car note.
Pay insurance?
Yes.
Have customary bills and living expenses?
Yes, sir.
Any other expenses that I'm not capturing that you ordinarily pay?
No, that's about it.
You have utilities as well, correct?
Utilities, business expense.
Sure. Okay. So if you were here, as we mentioned earlier, you could not conduct a day-to-day business of your company, correct?
Correct.
Your superintendent can't do that.
No, sir.
Your admin can't do that. Is that right?
She cannot.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if you were here for 6 months, that your company would be put at risk in terms of its continued viability?
That's fair.
And would that risk be a financial or peril to you or a concern?
Very much so.
Would that financial peril or concern prevent you from listening to the testimonies presented in the four walls of this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And giving it your undivided attention?
Yes, sir.
And would that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial both to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, anything further, sir? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 712 for hardships, counsel? All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. 804, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 804, come on up here and have a seat at the witness chair, if you wouldn't mind, please, madam, where Deputy Talton's waving you on. All right, madam, once you get seated, make yourself as comfortable as possible. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Madam, you either identified yourself or we identified you as a person for hardship, and that hardship is predicated on a couple of different things. One of them is you're a single parent. Next is work-related, and third is medical. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, madam, let's take a medical to begin with. Is that medical condition yours?
Yes.
What type of condition are you concerned about?
I have a problem with my cervical spine and something going on with my brain. This is the condition that I had since 2018. We're still doing further testing.
Did you bring something from your doctor?
I have...
you have a diagnosis?
Transient left leg weakness, neck pain, cervical nerve, root disorder, temporary loss of blood supply into brain, and memory loss. This is from my latest appointment.
Can I see it, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ma'am, what is your vocation or avocation? What do you do for a living?
I'm an accountant.
Do you work at home, madam, or work from home?
I'm in between jobs right now. I'm supposed to start a new job on March 20th, which is next Monday, and it's going to be from the office.
This particular, I see, counsel, I'm going to go ahead and include the juror's 804's documentation that she gave from her primary caregiver, as well as her appointments and visits. What is the doctor going, and I'll include this as next court exhibit, Norma. What is your doctor's statement to you as to the memory loss issue that you have?
We're still trying to figure out whether it's a problem with the cervical spine or something with MRI. So I'm scheduled to have 4 MRIs in the next 2 weeks, and I provided the copies of my appointments to you.
You have those, looks like on the 1st
of April.
Actually the 28th, 28th of March. 2 of those on 28th of March, and then 2 on the 4th of April, 1st of April, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, do I have any reason further to examine juror 804? Any individual defense wish to examine juror 804? May I excuse juror 804 for hardship? Yes, Your Honor. All right, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
$879, Mr. Randolph. Thank you, sir. Juror 879, good afternoon, madam. Come on up and have a seat in the witness chair. Once you get there, please be seated. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay? All right, juror 879?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, madam, you either identified yourself or we identified you as having a hardship, and there's 2 bases that I believe were given. One of them is employment and the other one is work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, juror 879, madam, you indicate, as I mentioned earlier, employment and let's see, health. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Health.
Okay, all right, gotcha. And we have a little bit of information about you, and that was provided by you. Are you a police communications dispatcher with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with that particular entity?
Since 2013.
Do you happen to be a post-certified law enforcement professional?
Yes, sir.
So you have law enforcement credentials, and you have the power to arrest, and you carry a gun. Is that correct?
Oh, not the power to arrest, though, but just communications dispatcher officer, post-certified.
Okay. Are you considered to be law enforcement?
I'm under a law enforcement umbrella, yes, sir.
Okay.
As a dispatcher, though.
Okay. Have you ever been post-certified with arrest or arrest power or the power to carry a weapon?
No, sir.
You've just been post-certified since 2013 under the law enforcement umbrella as a dispatcher, is that correct?
I actually was post-certified since 1995. I worked for Atlanta Police Department also.
Okay, were you a sworn officer at that point in time?
No, sir, just a communications dispatcher.
So you've been in the communications umbrella for your entirety of your career since 1995?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wes. Councils, we're going to look up her status, as you can probably aware, and I would encourage you all to do the same, okay? But I'll ask her a few more questions, but if you all want to do some research on that as we're sitting here, I would certainly not be in any way offended, okay? All right, Madam, do you happen to know what the Atlanta Police Schools, Police Department's policy is on jury service?
Not at the moment, no. No, sir.
So you don't know if they pay you if you were in fact selected for jury service?
At the moment, I think the only thing they said is just I have to give them proof that when I come each day, but I don't know how long that lasts.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, madam, how much did they pay you last year?
I think it was about 49,000.
49,000?
For the year, yes, sir.
Okay, do you own a home, have a mortgage?
Not at the moment.
Are you renting?
No, I'm actually staying with my grandmother. She's elderly. I'm caring for her.
How old is your grandma?
89.
And is that the health issue you want to talk with us about?
She does have cancer, but I also have lupus.
So grandma has cancer and you have lupus, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any documentation that you brought?
I have my medical records on my phone.
Oh, no, I'm good. I just wanted to ask, just in case you did bring something from the doctor. Madam, how long you've had the diagnosis of lupus?
Since 2003.
And how does that manifest itself in your daily, your daily walk?
So it actually diminishes my muscle capacity, muscle strength, and deteriorates the muscle. So I get to a point where I'm able to walk.
Is that at times, or is that every day, or?
It's at different times. My rheumatologist and my other doctors kind of keep a close look on it with my different levels to try to catch things before it gets out of capacity. But I've been hospitalized several times for it.
When's the last time you've been hospitalized for your condition?
About 2 years ago.
So that would be 2021, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital for about a week and a half. I went several times though because I also was involved in a car accident.
What? I'm sorry?
I was involved in a car accident that kind of imposed on my health, so.
Okay, all right, I got you. Okay. Did you take any medication?
Yes, sir.
Does that medication make you sleepy or otherwise cause you to not be able to be focused?
Yes, sir, at times. Yes, sir.
All right. What do you do when you're at work?
Try not to take it till I get home, but I have a FMLA with my job, so I can.
Oh, you have FMLA? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. So I can leave if I need to.
All right, madam, can you do me a favor? Can you step outside in the vestibule just a second for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, councils, let's talk about your 879. It looks like from recollection as well, and looking at case law, there's not a statutory excusal for police officers. That went by the way, but case law seems to indicate that if challenged, they should be liberally excused. So what are your thoughts?
I would ask that she be, on behalf of Mr. Williams, I'd ask that she be excused. I'm a bit unclear when she says she's post-certified, but only for purposes of dispatch. That doesn't make any sense to me, but.
Well, there are categories, Mr. Adams. If you, probably in your walk of being an attorney, there are detention officers that fall into that particular category. They're post-certified. They don't carry a weapon. Some of them don't carry guns and have the power to arrest either. So I believe the dispatchers fall in that other subcategory of folks.
Your Honor, I would also say I don't think she'd ever survive the next level.
Well, she's man, y'all are tough. I mean, okay, I mean, I'm gonna tell her you said that too, Mr. Botts, okay? All right, so, now, she had other concerns. She has lupus as well. That's pain. She's probably gonna be hot. I mean, we're gonna also have to deal with a health issue as well, which we don't, come up. So I'm okay with excusing her for hardship. Does the state have any issue or wish to be heard on that?
No, Your Honor, the state is, follows the court's direction in the sense that she does not have arrest power, so she's not automatically disqualified over the health challenges we would agree that she should be.
Okay, all right. Mr. Randolph, go ahead and call her in, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship, okay? And wish you all the best, all right? Thank you. Eight, 9, 7, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 897, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair. Once you get there, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly in the microphone so I can hear you. Excuse me for 1 second. Juror 870, I should say 897. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, madam, we either identified you or you identified yourself for examination for hardship, and that is predicated on a couple of things. One was being work-related, and the other one is medical. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me about the medical issue so I can greater evaluate it.
Okay, Your Honor. I have a letter from my psychiatrist.
Can I see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go hand that to Deputy Ingram and let me look at it. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm going to mark this as the next court exhibit in order, and this letter is from Juror 897's doctor, and he's her psychiatrist, and he's seen her since April of 2021, and without putting or disclosing so much of her business on the record, can I invite you all to take a look at that particular letter and tell me whether or not further examination would be necessary? Counsel, is any further examination required?
No.
May I excuse Juror 897 for hardship, for medical?
No objection.
I'll let Ms. Bernard take a look at. Ms. Bernard, anything, madam? Okay. I'm going to go ahead, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, madam. 898, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all gonna keep that copy? Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
Juror 898, come on up here where Deputy Ingram is waving you on and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get there, if you would pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Hello?
Hello, it's Talk Radio. All right, madam, you either identified or we identified you as having a hardship, and it's predicated on two issues. One is child care, and the other one is travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the child care to begin with. Is this your child?
It is.
How old is your child?
1.
You have a 1-year-old.
He'll be 2 next month.
Be 2 next month.
Yes.
Congratulations. All right. It looks like are you a single parent?
Yes.
All right, so it's just you, and do you have anybody else that's helping out with the care of, is this a son or a daughter?
Son.
Son, with your almost 2-year-old son, anybody else helping out?
Yes, but I don't really have like definitive child care like every day.
What do
So
you
it's
do,
like-
who
oh,
takes
sorry.
care of him during the day when you're working as a dental assistant?
So my mom usually, sometimes my sister will help out.
What do you do if your mom and sister are not available?
I have to stay at home.
Do you have daycare or anything like that, or
No.
too expensive?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so it's just you, and you don't have any other alternative or for child care? You're the primary caregiver of this child?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brown, anything further, sir? Counsel, is any individual defendant wish for me to examine juror 898 any further?
No, sir.
May I excuse juror 898 for statutory hardship child care?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay? All right, thank you. (901), Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 901, come on up here and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get there, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Juror 901, you've either identified or we identified you for hardship. Couple of things, work-related, 3 young kids, and health-related. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, how old are our children?
A boy who is 5, another boy who is 3, and a 6-month-old girl.
Your house is fun.
That's true.
All right, and you have a beloved, and so tell me what the day-to-day life is like for you and your wife. What's pick up, drop off? Who's helping take care of? How are you taking care of the 6-month-old, 3-year-old, and 5-year-old?
Yeah, sure. So the 6-month-old is still breast and bottle fed, so my wife is her primary caretaker. We wake up early, get the boys out of bed. I drop off at school around 8 a.m. every morning. They're in daycare until early afternoon, around 1 p.m. when she picks them up, has them for the afternoon, and I'm home from work between 5 and 6, hopefully in time for dinner. When doctor's appointments or other commitments arise, I do have some flexibility with my job where I can work from home to keep an eye on the 6-month-old, so my wife is able to take the boys to doctor's appointments or to go to physical therapy herself.
Oh, your wife has physical therapy?
She does, about every 2 weeks.
Is that the health-related issue you were talking about?
No, the health issue is my own, but that is a health issue that impacts me.
So your wife has to go to the doctor every 2 weeks?
She has to go to the doctor every 2 weeks for physical therapy on her wrist.
Is that ongoing, or is that something due to an accident or illness, fall?
It's ongoing. So we had a moped accident in 2013. She's had pain ever since.
Do you take her to that appointment, or is that something she goes to by herself?
She goes by herself, but when she does, I will stay home from work and keep an eye on the kids to the extent they're out of school. And the 6-month-old is not in daycare yet.
So every 2 weeks we have this standing appointment, is that right?
That's correct.
What time is that?
It depends. The next one is actually tomorrow.
What time?
Gosh, I believe it's 9 or 10 a.m.
Anybody help out with your kids? You have any parents, relatives that live in the Atlanta area that help out or come take a look after the children?
We do. So my wife's family lives about an hour away. They're in Kennesaw. They come down as they are able, but I think 3 kids is a handful for them for sure. My family is local as well. They travel frequently, so they're out of the country currently and will be again in June.
Okay. Let's move on and talk. What's your health-related issue? Your health-related issue?
So I have a heart condition called atrial fibrillation.
Okay. You're on medication. You're going to have procedure. What?
I am on daily medication for it, and I will likely need to have an ablation procedure performed at some point in the next year.
How does the AFib affect your daily life right now before you and you're taking the medication?
So before the medication, I would have an episode every couple of days, but it's pretty well managed on my meds, so I'm okay for the time being.
Okay, what do you mean by an episode? Does your heart race or flutter? Or
yes, yeah, I'll have an irregular heart rate. It races for 90 minutes at a time. It's very disconcerting when it happens.
Okay, all right. Any reason why they don't want to do the ablation right now, or just what's the pause on it?
There's a new technology that's supposed to be safer that is not yet FDA approved. That they expect it to be approved within the next year or so.
Okay, all right.
So I'm a good candidate.
Does this in any way affect your ability to concentrate, otherwise focus on your daily tasks?
It does not. My medication can cause me to be lightheaded, or drowsy, but generally speaking, I'm fine.
Okay, how do you deal? We have a little bit of information about you, so I know you're a finance director at Home Depot. How does that condition affect your employment with Home Depot?
It does not.
It doesn't?
No, sir.
So if you were here for whatever period of time, an hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours, do you believe you could listen to the testimony presented in the 4 walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
I do, yes.
Okay, all right. Let me talk a little bit about this, about your job at Home Depot. How long you been with them?
12 years this month.
12 years, and what did they pay you last year?
My base salary is $230,000 as of last August.
Okay. And you get bonus?
I get bonus.
What is your bonus?
About 30% of base.
Okay.
So 70-ish.
So this year you should make about $300,000, does that sound about right?
About $300,000, that's
okay. Right. What is Home Depot's policy on jury service?
So for the first 7 days, there is no impact whatsoever. You're on jury service. After 7 days, the only impact is they will adjust my pay by the amount that I get paid by the court. So I'll have a $25 per day deduction from my Tenco.
So $25 a day decrement for you being here.
Correct.
Okay. How does that affect your bonus?
Well, actually, that's a great question. I don't think it does, actually.
Okay, all right. Can I ask you, you and your beloved, you own a home?
We do.
Have a mortgage?
We do.
You have a car note?
I do.
And you pay car insurance?
Yes, sir.
Have customary bills and expenses?
Yes.
Any extraordinary expenses that we might need to know about?
No, none other than...
you got 3 kids.
3 kids. We visit the doctor a lot. Yeah.
All right. How much do you and your beloved have in savings, sir, or checking?
My 401k.
I don't need to know that.
Okay.
Liquidity in the bank.
Probably about $40,000.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you were selected for this particular jury, that you would you'd lose $25 a day in off of your salary, is that correct?
That's correct.
And, you know, even though that wouldn't be a whole lot of money in 6 months, it would be some. Would you, would any of that financial aspect make it, put a financial hardship on you and your wife?
I mean, it would be tough, but I think we would probably be able to manage through it.
Would you be able to focus and listen to the testimony presented in the four walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
As it relates to my job, or as it relates to
your service as a juror?
Yes, I would be able to do that.
Would you be fair and impartial to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
Yes.
All right. If you were selected, how would you deal with the issue of your children? Would that cost? I mean, because it sounds like you got pick up and drop off issues with the three kids, and even though you're not the primary caregiver, it would still. It looks like it. Explain to us. Is that going to be an issue for you?
Yes. So today I take the kids to school every day in the morning. My wife would pick up that responsibility. That's during our 6-month-old's nap time, so it would be disruptive to her. I mentioned that I'm able to work from home as needed so that the kids can be taken to the doctor. We would have to find alternative arrangements in order to make that work. We do have family nearby. However, you know, I feel like we would be leaning very heavily on them to help out. And just as an example, I mean, we've had the kids at the doctor 4 times in the last week. Two broken bones, a checkup, and a sick visit. So,
anything further, Mr. Brown? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? No. All right. Can we release Juror 901 to go back to dealing with his ordinary, regularly associated hardship and other family duties? Yes. All right. Sir, we're going to go ahead and release you for hardship and wish you and your family all the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. (902), Mr. Randolph? Juror 902, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Sir, once you get there, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Wonderful. All right, Juror 902, it was indicated either by yourself or we either identified you as having a hardship, and the two bases that were given are kind of related. It's you're self-employed and it's financial. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have a little bit of information about you, and that information is provided by you. So are you a self-employed esthetician?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been an esthetician?
For 12, 13 years.
You own your own shop, or you rent a booth, or what do you do?
I own my own.
You own your own business?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you owned that business?
For the past 10 years.
Do you have a standalone building? You rent? What do you do?
I actually rent.
You rent a space?
Yes, sir.
And how much is that rent every month?
For that, I pay about $500.
And if I could ask you, how much money did you earn last year in your trade or profession?
Last year,
Yes, sir, just guesstimate.
say around 75,000.
All right, and you have clients that come to see you on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
You see your clients throughout the day?
Yes, sir.
How many clients you see on the average day? Like, how many clients are you missing today because you're here?
Today, I've missed, up to this point, 4 clients. But on average, I see about between 6 to 7 people.
Per day?
Yes, sir.
And if you're not there to go ahead and service them, they'll move on to somebody else, correct?
That's correct.
So would it be fair to say if you were here for 6 months, that you would probably lose around $35,000 or thereabouts? Actually $37,500. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you if you and your beloved own a home and have a mortgage?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. And can I ask you how much the two of you have in savings or checking?
In checking liquid,
yeah,
I think it's around $2,500.
Okay, savings?
Savings is about 30,000.
30,000. Okay. Do you have a car note and pay insurance?
Yes, sir, to both.
How much is our car note?
One car is $464 and the other is $545.
And then you pay insurance on both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have other customary bills, food and other requirements of home ownership?
Yes, sir.
All right, so and what is your spouse, what did he earn last year?
Off the top, I think.
Just guess, I'm not exact figure.
I think it's around 105.
Okay. So if you were selected for this particular jury experience and you were a juror in this case, would it be fair to say that you would lose about $37,500 in income at a minimum, maybe a little bit more, if you were here at least 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Would you and your spouse have to spend this $30,000 that you have in savings to pay your ordinary and customary bills?
Yes, sir.
Would that put you in financial peril or financial strain?
Yes, sir.
Would that also include being able to pay your booth rent and your business expenses?
Yes, sir.
Would that otherwise place a hardship on you, so much so that you could not pay attention to the testimony presented in the 4 walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
Yes, sir.
Would that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Brown, anything else, sir? Anything else on behalf of any individual defendant? May I go ahead and excuse juror 902 for hardships, counsel? Sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. 903, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
After 903, we have one more person examined for the day in terms of hardships. Sir, number 903, come on up here and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get there, have a seat, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, wonderful. Sir, we have identified you, or you have identified yourself for examination for hardship, and the basis that we were given is work-related. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If we have a little bit of information about you, it's self-provided. That means you gave it to us. So are you in the real estate industry and work for Keller Williams?
Correct.
Are you an agent or a broker?
Agent.
How long have you been an agent?
Almost 5 years.
So you have a real estate license?
Yes, sir.
How long have we had that real estate license?
Same time, almost 5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Solely commission-based?
Solely commission.
What did we make last year?
Like 45.
About 45,000?
Yes, sir.
Do you have another job or occupation?
No, sir.
Say again?
No, sir.
Okay, full-time?
Yes, sir.
Real estate professional?
Yes, sir.
All right, you own a home, have a mortgage?
No.
Your rent?
Yes.
How much is your rent, sir, if I can ask?
About almost 2,000.
And you have utilities on top of that?
Yes, sir.
How much are your utilities?
About 300.
About 300, so all in, we're about 2,300 for rent and utilities or thereabouts, right?
Correct.
How much do we have in savings or checking?
Like 6,000.
About 6K, all right. So if you were let me ask you one more question. Keller Williams juror policy, you know what that is?
Say that again?
What is Keller Williams juror policy? Do you happen to know what it is?
I'm not sure, but we're strictly commission based, so
if you don't,
I actually pay them every year. I'm sorry.
What, for the privilege of being an agent, or what? Is that one of your operating costs you got to pay the broker?
Correct.
And you pay the broker out of your sales, right?
Yeah, we have monthly fees with the $100, and also we have to pay them 30% of the commission up to $18,000.
So monthly fees of $100, and your commission on a sale is up to what? 18,000?
18,000 per year.
Is that on one sale or collectively? So once once you make that 18, you can keep the rest of it, huh?
Correct.
Okay, all right. But you have to be at work in order for you to have the potential of selling a house and going to a closing, correct?
Yes.
A lot of your appointments are during the day?
Yes.
And you're talking to clients or prospective clients throughout the day, is that fair to say?
Yes.
If you were selected for this particular jury experience, would you lose at a minimum somewhere around $24,000, $25,000?
Yes.
At least?
Yes.
Still have to pay these monthly fees to your broker?
Well, just the monthly fee, yes.
Okay, just a monthly fee. All right. And you probably have to expend some of this $6,000 that you have in savings, correct?
Correct.
Would you be worried that you're going to potentially not be able to pay your rent and utilities?
Absolutely.
You got a car note?
Yes.
How much is your car note?
$430.
And you pay car insurance, correct?
Correct.
So in total, would you be worried about being placed in financial peril or concern?
Yes.
Would that financial peril or concern translate itself into you not being able to pay attention to the testimony presented in the four walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention because you're worried about your bills?
Yes.
Would you also, would this also lead over into you not being able to be fair and impartial to the state as well as to each individual defendant in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, anything further? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 903 for hardship? Sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Randolph, 904, please. Council's 904 is our last hardship to be examined for the day. Juror 904, come on up, madam, and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. Once you get seated, make yourself as comfortable as possible. Pull your chair up and as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly into it, okay?
Okay.
All right, madam, you, that is your 904, you identified, or we either identified you as somebody to be examined for hardship, and I believe that the basis was that you have a disability that and affects your hearing, is that correct? Have you been tested for hearing loss?
One of them, I could hear out of one of them, and my whole mess started taking out, so I can't, hearing aid wouldn't do it any good.
Okay, explain to me the ear that you're having problems with. Explain that one more time.
I can hear out my right ear.
You can hear out of your right ear, I got that.
My left ear, my mess started taking out. That means everything that I can't hear with hearing aid or neither one of them.
You had something taken out, what was that you had taken out?
My mess star.
Oh, okay, yes ma'am, okay, all right, okay. So you had some surgery to remove that at some point in time in your life, correct?
Yes.
Well, how old were you when that happened?
About 6.
Okay, all right. So, madam, were you able to, when you watched the video, you remember when you came in last week and watched the juror video and I talked with you? You remember that?
No, I don't remember that one last week.
Okay, it might have. Madam, I want to say you came in on the 24th of February. Does that sound about right? That's Friday? Do you remember that? Coming up to the 7th floor on Friday, the 24th of February?
I don't think so.
You remember reporting up there to the jury services and sitting there all day, watching that video and listening to me?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that was probably eventful for you. Okay, all right. So you remember that. Madam, were you able to comprehend or listen to what was being said in the courtroom by me as well as on the video?
Some of it.
Okay. How much of it do you think you got?
Probably about 20% of it.
20%? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Brown? Any further counsels, any counsels on any individual defendant wish for me to examine juror number 904? Any further?
No, sir.
All right. May I excuse juror 904 for hardship, counsels? Madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Be well, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me go. I've called for Ms. Von Kell. She's about to come down. Is that correct, Mr. Kearns?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay, all right. But tomorrow, as we've gone through this before, lawyers, if you will report to you can come up to 8F, hang out, that's my courtroom, and we'll wait until Ms. Von Kelsch has checked in the particular individuals accordingly. And she usually does that, her and her team down here on the first floor, but like I said, you all don't need to know the details of that, but she'll check in all of that, check in all the folks along with the Sheriff's Department. Your clients, of course, will be brought over, and otherwise ready for everybody should be ready to go somewhere between the 9 and 10 o'clock hour. So we're going to try and start as early as we can at 9 o'clock. Remember, if we start earlier, we can actually finish before 5 o'clock. Yes, last time we did group 4, we actually finished at 5 o'clock. So, and that was starting around 10 o'clock or there, shortly thereafter. So if I could get your, cooperation and everyone's in place, and we can get started as close as we can to 9 o'clock or shortly thereafter between that 9 and 10 o'clock hour, I can go ahead and get through the preliminary instructions and start to play the tape. And then also, folks, we just have to contend with the reality of it is when you got 300 folks and they need to use the facilities and everything else, that causes us a little bit of a slowdown, which is to be expected. But anyways, and also with eating and everything else. Consistent with what I indicated last time, I will have them, we will tell the people at the end of the day for hardships in regards to identifying travel dates and their juror policies. I think that worked out pretty well for this particular group. Most people had their respective entities' policy in terms of service, and that did expedite things a great deal. So right now it's looking like as I indicated before, 22, 23, 24 March, that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Ms. Von Kelst will probably bring in those people in groups of 100 to fill out their questionnaires and identify themselves for hardship or go through just a little bit of their questionnaires to pull them for hardship. And then we'll do the same thing, rinse and repeat. I'll give you the dates that we are going to examine people for hardship and the more pinpoint times depending upon the court's schedule and other obligations. So that's generally the gross movements for how we'll do that. We'll start to set up for upstairs as soon as we clear this particular space and we finish. So that will start to be undertaken at that point in time. All right. What ministerial inquiry do you have of me?
Can I just make sure that I have this correct?
No.
Please.
No. No. What do you want to ask me, Ms. Bernard?
Just I'm clear. Tomorrow we get between 9 and 10, close to 9.
I need you to be here in your seat, ready to go before 9 o'clock. Because I found that ordinarily, if everyone's here, it's those of us that we should be in place already. So you need to be here to start for 9 o'clock. So I would tell you to, if you want to be, that your target time should be by 9 o'clock in courtroom 8F.
Okay. And then on Monday, we get off.
Monday the what?
The 21st.
No, Monday's the 20th.
Okay, sorry.
You're already messing up. Yeah. All right, so Monday the 21st, Monday the 20th. What do you want to ask me about?
We get our thumb drives from the jury clerk.
We're going to do exactly what we did before. You're going to come into this particular place and space in 1C, and we are going to hand out thumb drives. I'm going to let you all check those thumb drives, and Jimenez and Associates Tech Group will then facilitate your opening of those drives for those of you that don't have the ability to do so, for an added fee to him. And then you will go ahead and make sure you have all of them and you're able to read them. And then you will go ahead and otherwise start to review those particular questionnaires. I am not going to do any other hardships or anything like that on Monday. We're just going to do it'll be enough just for you to do, make sure the drives and everything else are correct. And I want to give you all that particular afternoon and for you all to be able to meet on, your admin day will be on the 21st. So you will be able to look at your questionnaires, gather and talk as a group. I will not bring over your clients on the 21st. And then it is the court's desire that we'll all meet. Your clients will be back here on the 22nd of March, that Wednesday, around 10 o'clock, for you all to have a joint strikes conversation with the court. So it is my desire that on the 21st, that is a working day for you. You all need to have looked at your questionnaires, gotten together as a group, as you're in your small groups, and then gotten together collectively. So on the 22nd, around 10 o'clock, when we convene again, you'll be able to tell me which people that you wish to go ahead and not examine for joint cause.
And then on that same day and through Friday, we'll do the hardships.
Yeah, now Wednesday's a little different because as we're doing joint strikes or thereabouts, Ms. Von Kelsch and her team will be probably doing, will be facilitating the first 100 people that we'll have, and we'll need to go ahead and I need to ask her about that right now, so, okay. Ms. Von Kelsch, is there any problem with us getting in for the lawyers in the court to talk about joint strikes on March the 22nd, Wednesday, or will you otherwise need this space to fill out questionnaires?
No, Your Honor, thank you for asking. We will only have the group of 100, so we can use next door.
1D.
Yes.
All right, so counsels, you're good for Wednesday. Ms. Von Kelsch will be basically welcoming the first 100 of that 300 that will be calling in, and we, on the other hand, will be waiting on, after we finish our joint strikes conversation, we'll either start to examine folks for hardship at the conclusion of that morning and during the afternoon from 2 to 5 on Wednesday. Okay? Thursday, we will probably start hardship examinations. If I had to say so, it's probably going to be at 11 o'clock. I have some other unrelated business that I'm required to tend to, and so that will be 11 to about 12:30. Or no, 11 to, I'm sorry, about 11 to, councils, I'm going to try and we'll try and get in a little bit of examination on the 23rd. That's that Thursday. We'll start at 10:45 and we'll do hardships for about an hour. And then we will break I have unrelated business at that point from, as I mentioned earlier, from about 12 to 3. And then we will recommence and do as many as we can from 3:30 to 5 on Thursday. And then on Friday, the 24th, we will have people coming in to do questionnaires. Let me back up. Even though let's go back to Thursday, the 23rd, even though we are not starting until 10:45-ish, Ms. Von Kelch and her team will still be having people fill out questionnaires and identifying folks for hardship. So we'll spend about an hour and then another hour and a half in the afternoon on to deal with that. On the 24th, she'll do the last bit of questionnaires on this group 5, starting when those people check in, and then we will do hardships from about 1:30 to 3 in the afternoon. As I told you, about every 2 weeks I do the Veterans Court on Friday from about 9:30 to about noon. So that's that week, and then I can tell you right now that, and the more pinpoint schedule will come out, but we will be examining hardships pretty much all day on the 27th of March. That's a Monday. We will examine jurors pretty much most of the day on the 28th. That's a Tuesday, March. We'll examine jurors pretty much all day on the 29th of March. We will examine jurors from about 10:30 to 1:30 on the 30th of March. And then on the 31st of March, that Friday, we will examine jurors pretty much all day. Then that moves us into April the 3rd. Right now, we're going to be examining hardships on the 3rd. The 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. And reason being, councils, historically, it's taken us about, Ms. Von Kelch, about 10 days to get through hardships for about 300 folks?
Yes, sir.
Because on the average, we do 25 to about 30 hardships a day. And we've been having, how many on the last group wish to be examined for hardship, madam? Out of 300. Do you happen to know the stats for that thus far?
Yes. From all together?
If you have all together, that's fine. We've examined 900 jurors at this point in time. So of that grouping, how many people have we examined for hardship out of that group?
211 from this group.
211 people out of 300 were examined for hardship?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's more than 2/3 folks that want to be examined for hardship, and that's one of the reasons why it's going to take us, we're going to probably examine almost 1,800 people in order to get our pool. That's why I've told you all that that's the reason why. There's no magic in that. It's just that it's just going to take us a little bit of time of people that will survive first contact, meaning that they don't have a hardship that we can otherwise grant them, and then second contact being the joint strikes before we even start examining individual examination panels. So that's why I've identified those dates, and that's why there are that many, because it's taken us customarily about 10 days to get through hardships. All right. Okay. Ms. Von Kelch, anything from your standpoint? What time do you believe that we'll be able to start tomorrow?
In my utopia, 10 o'clock.
And in reality, about 10:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, so councils, we need to be in place for 9, so Ms. Von Kelch can go ahead and take care of what she needs to take care of. Your clients can be then, at the appropriate time, they will enter and be brought to the 7th floor. We'll have the same setup as we did last time, with the same audio-visual capabilities to see into that space in all parts of the jury room. And we will have tech services available to troubleshoot anything. And so that will be, and we'll have the same similar setup as we've done previous times examining jurors. So what are your questions at this point? No.
I'm sorry, it's Monday at 9.
Which Monday?
This Monday, Monday the 22nd.
What about it?
20th at 9 a.m.
Okay, what about it?
We're here, right?
Monday the 20, no, he didn't. All right,
Didn't write it down.
you would figure that's the least you could do for all the juror recapping you're doing for her, right? Okay, all right. That time may flex a little bit as I have some other unrelated business, but I'm going to say right now, we're going to start probably around 10 o'clock. We'll probably start closer to 9 o'clock on that day, because I'd like to be able to let you and your tech group, it took an hour or more last time to kind of make sure we had everybody straight. So if we can get together for a 9 o'clock start time, that would be great. Does that answer your question, Mr. Jimenez?
Yes, Your Honor,
Thank you. Anybody else?
Your Honor, I had a brief announcement.
Yes, Mr. Menendez.
Anastasia Espinosa, I have Mr. Miles Farley. Tomorrow morning, a substitute attorney is here on my behalf.
Who is that?
Her name is Ms. Chelsea Golding. Filed a limited entry appearance for her, and I'll be here later in the morning or the afternoon, however long it takes me to get here. She'll be here at 9 in my place.
Okay. Mr. Farley, are you okay with that particular limited substitution, sir? Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Menendez, thank you for letting me know that, and we'll look to see, what is her name again? I apologize.
It's Chelsea Golding.
Chelsea Golding, okay.
CHELSEA, last name Golding, ELLEIN. All of her contact info is on there. Email.
Thank you for letting me know that, sir. We have her noted. Okay, all right. Anybody else have any other ministerial inquiry of me? All right, Ms. Von Kelch, anything else on your behalf, madam?
No, Your Honor.
You or Mr. Randolph, anything from you and your perspective, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me go ahead and, did you have something, Mr. Hill?
Oh, no.
Are you stretching? Okay, all right. We still got something to take up. All right. Okay, as was identified, so we know what time we're starting tomorrow, and we know where we're supposed to be, and what is going to happen. Mr. Sharp, I am in possession of your demand for speedy trial that has been filed under 17-7-170 and 17-7-171. And I also have, I'll mark it as the next court exhibit in order, as well as the state's motion to dismiss your demand for speedy trial as the next court exhibit in order. And I'll also note for purposes of the record that on or about the 30th of September of 2022, you filed a motion to dismiss the indictment. We had a hearing, or basically a constitutional speedy trial issue, where I heard testimony on that. An order was entered on the 9th of January of 2023, denying your motion to dismiss and amended motion to dismiss. And I just kind of ask you as a preliminary matter, we have commenced the trial of your client. So this being a statutory speedy trial demand, I would think that it's moot at this point in time, because we've actually joined issue and we're actually in the trial of this particular matter. So what is it that you're trying to accomplish at this point in time?
Well, Judge, I acknowledge that we have begun the trial process.
And you filed this after we had already commenced, didn't you? It was filed as of filed on the 1st of March of 2023 at 7:02 6:06 PM, correct? I have the banner entry, that's what I'm looking at. So you have no reason to doubt what I'm reading, is that right? Okay. And remember, we started motions on this case on the 20th of December of 2022, correct? If I remember correctly, that's about when we started. I can look on my calendar. That sound about right?
Right.
All right. And we actually started on the 19th of December. That would be a Monday. Monday, the 19th of December, 2022. We actually commenced trial on this particular case and joined issue for those that wish to do so, that the court didn't otherwise sever, on 4 January of 2023. So have I correctly summarized the procedural history of the case?
I believe so.
And in terms as it relates to your speedy trial demand?
Yes.
Your statutory speedy trial demand?
Yes.
Okay, so what is it that you, and since I've commenced trial, or the court has commenced trial in this case, why wouldn't I dismiss this, or why would the matter not be moot at this point in time?
Well, if it is moot, I don't know why the state would oppose it or why it would be dismissed.
Well, that's because I don't need to hear it at this point in time, because I've already started, the court, that is, not me,
right,
has already started the trial of Khalif Adams et al., those particular 14 of you that are here that have joined issue to go to trial. So why would it, you filed it after we commenced, because you've already joined issue for your client, right?
Correct. I believe so.
Okay, all right. You were Mr. Botts, and so you've commenced this particular trial. So we're in trial in this particular matter, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So what is your argument at this point in time that...
Well, Your Honor, respectfully, it's not a motion, and I didn't ask
It's a demand.
Yes, and I didn't ask for a hearing. I filed a statutory speedy trial demand.
Which I have to address.
Well, I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I do.
Respectfully, Your Honor, because merely that's a filing. I am not alleging at this moment that we have reached a time frame. I acknowledge that we've started trial, and I am not suggesting that we've reached a date where I would argue for a dismissal of the indictment or anything of that nature. I don't know. The truth is, Your Honor, I don't know what tomorrow holds for this trial. I don't know what next month holds for this trial. My client and myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, would like to file our statutory demand. We have never asked.
You did.
And we have never asked for a motions hearing. That is a filing, and we wanted that to be in place. We believe that it is timely. We do not believe that we are not demanding any remedy at this point, but we wish to place that filing on the record, and we do believe it is timely. I don't know why the state would take a position that it's moot, but at the same time oppose it, because if it's moot, then there's really no worries.
Well, the court's asking you, and the state just happened to kind of think as part of their response to it. That was the first thing that I, as the court, kind of thought that, from a procedural standpoint, it would, it would be moot for the since the simple fact is, your filing's been done, it's been filed, it's a matter of record in the case, but at this point in time, I believe that it would be moot for me to consider because we've actually commenced trial. So whether or not it's timely or not, I think it's not timely because we've commenced your trial. So, but I could be wrong. It's not like I'm gonna, direct the clerk to pull your filing and burn it.
Right, and I'm not.
It's going to remain in Odyssey, and but if that's all you have, I'll hear from the state, and then I'll make.
And I'm not suggesting that. Obviously, Your Honor, like we're all familiar with the law involved, and we all know that from the date of my filing, the remainder of that term of court and 3, I believe is the case law now, terms of court would have to pass.
If it's not been commenced already, correct?
Correct. And I do not want to be in a position, if something happens with this case, that someone says down the line that I never filed it. And so it is filed, and we would just ask that it remain in place.
Listen, it's a filing and made a reference in this case. I mean, like I said, it's not going anywhere. It's whether or not it has any effect, but I had to give it a motion, had to give it a hearing so that it can be ruled upon, and the appellate court, if upon further review, will see that this court actually addressed it. So,
yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Kate, thank you, sir. Ms. Love, Madam, or Ms. Hilton, or Mr. Uleski, anything?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. will argue that motion.
Your Honor, may it please this court. We are sympathetic to the idea that we want to have these sort of filings in place if we're representing defendants, but it's not the matter of it being moot because trial has started, which we do agree. It's the matter that it was untimely when filed. Now, this indictment, Your Honor, as detailed in the pleadings, came out on August 5th, 2022. That's going to be in the July term of court for Fulton County, the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. OCGA 17-7, may I take off my mask?
You can to speak, yes.
17-7-171 states that a speedy trial demand under this statute has to be filed either in the term of court in which the indictment is brought or the one immediately thereafter. So Mr. Stillwell should have filed this demand either in the July term of court of 22 or the September term of court 22. July term came and went. September term came and went. November term came and went. And during this time, former Chief Judge Brasher issued a tolling order, a standing order in this court that I'm sure you're aware of, that did toll speedy trial deadlines, but it only tolled deadlines for the state. It specifically says, and this is page 1 of State's Exhibit A in the pleading, it specifically suspends, tolls, extends, and otherwise grants relief from the time deadlines within which to try a case for which a demand for speedy trial has been filed. There was no demand filed, and so that order did not relieve Stillwell of his obligations to timely file same. And so it's untimely, and the proper remedy for an untimely demand such as this is dismissal, and that's going to be Johnson v. State, 300 Georgia 252, pin site 256. That's a 2016 case, Your Honor. On top of that, November term came and went. Stillwell didn't ask for special permission of this court to file his untimely demand. He filed his untimely demand at the end of the January 2023 term without ever asking this court for special permission, which he should have done. Now, his failure to do that, the Georgia Supreme Court has said that that's fatal, and that's going to be in Abiff versus States. It's also in the pleading spelled out.
Spell the first name for the Abiff.
Your Honor, it's ABIFF v. States, and that's 260 Georgia 434. It's on the first page, pin site 434. Okay. Now, it said in that case that the statute is absolutely clear about when you can make a demand for a speedy trial, statutory demand for a speedy trial. And it's at the term of the indictment or the one afterwards. And it says after that time, such a demand can only be made by special permission of the trial court. This Stillwell did not seek and did not get before filing this untimely demand. And furthermore, our appellate case law in this jurisdiction states that, discharge and acquittal, which is the ultimate goal here, right, is an extreme remedy, an extreme sanction. And Mr. Stilwell has painted himself into a corner here, and he's asking for this court to recognize a vehicle for him to achieve the most extreme sanction available. And yet, he hasn't followed the procedure. The case of Bonakies v. State, and I'll spell that, Bonakies v. State, it's 263 Georgia Appellate 812-813 says that because the extreme remedy here is, acquittal and, dismissal, et cetera, because of such an extreme remedy, strict compliance with the statute is required. The statute affords no exception to these directives. He's asking for an exception, and he hasn't, strict compliance means strict compliance, and we haven't had that here. And as the court has already noted, trial started January 4 already, so it's moot at the moment while trial is pending. The statute says that the defendant shall be given a trial. You cannot give a trial without taking the time to select appropriate jury pool, as the court's been doing. And so our position is that we're not really responding to the motion or making an argument based on its mootness. We're saying that it's subject to dismissal because it is untimely, and it hasn't been saved by the tolling order that Brasher signed in April, and it hasn't been saved by special permission of this court because it was never sought or obtained by Stilwell. And that's the state's position. If there are any further questions, Your Honor, I'm happy to address them.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, yes, briefly, go ahead.
If we're arguing the legality of the demand on the merits, if that's what we are in fact doing today, I'd certainly have a response. Your Honor, the statutory speedy trial requirements Mr. Stilwell did file a demand for speedy trial, statutory demand for speedy trial in the January-February 2023 term of court. I agree with the state. The statutory speedy trial requirements and other filing deadlines as defined by OCGA 38362 have been told since the COVID emergency. First, this was done by order of the Supreme Court of Georgia, and since the expiration of those orders, it has been done by local orders, first by Judge Brasher, and then by Your Honor. We are operating right now under an order signed by Your Honor as Chief Judge. It was filed in December 27, 2022. I believe it took effect the beginning of January 2023. This order that you signed, Your Honor, hereby suspends, tolls, extends, and otherwise grants relief from statutory speedy trial time deadlines as defined by 17-7-170 and 17-7-171. Also in your order, Your Honor notes that this court previously entered an order suspending the speedy trial deadlines from midnight on the 2nd of May 2022 until 11:59 p.m. on the 1st of January 2023. Your Honor, in this order that we're operating under now, tolls deadlines, which includes the right to file a speedy trial. Now the state, I understand the state's argument. They are arguing that in a prior order written by Judge Brasher on April 28, 2022, says that the court hereby suspends, tolls, extends, and otherwise grants relief from the time deadlines with within which to try a case for which a demand for speedy trial has been filed. It is true that that's what the April 28th order states. However, the state's argument fails for several reasons, Your Honor. First, it ignores previous orders by Judge Brasher, which suspended and tolls the speedy trial deadlines, and also ignores Supreme Court orders to that effect. It also, I'll point out that Judge Brasher's March 13, 2020 order, March 13, 2020 order, suspended and tolls and otherwise grants relief from all deadlines, including but not limited to, and then goes on to list various deadlines. So there was no limitation. It's just in this one order that it uses the wording suspends the time to try a case.
You can still file it, but.
And well, Your Honor, I'm going to get to an important point here. And Your Honor, in your most recent order, suspends, tolls, and extends the time deadlines. The state's reading also ignores basic fairness and common sense. They want the state to have absolutely no deadlines to try cases.
No, I don't think that's it. It was predicated on the fact that we were living in a global pandemic, so it's not for any reason. I mean, but we do want to try these cases, and that's why I especially set your case, Mr. Sharp, for the 4th of January. I set that back in May when I arraigned this case. So, you know, and COVID was still going on at that point in time.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to make another point.
And then how many motions did you file? Like 23 on behalf of your client that I had to hear at that point over the course of that time? Does that sound about right? Thereabouts?
Yes.
I mean.
Oh, I'm not blaming
it's
the
not.
court.
I mean, look, we've commenced this particular trial. I mean, respectfully, I think that, you know, I hear your argument. I really do.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect.
Wrap it up. Come on, let's go.
OCGA 38362, which is what all these tolling orders are based on, specifically addresses and grants the powers of the local chief judge and Superior Court judges to make these tolling provisions. 38362B specifically states, and I just want to say on the record that the state is taking the position that deadlines to try a case were told, but not other filing requirements. And that's a position that they're going to have to live with now, because 38362B says, as used in this subsection, the term statutory speedy trial requirements means all speedy trial deadlines, time schedules, or filing requirements imposed by Code Sections 17.7, 170, and 171. And it says, a chief judge of a Superior Court judicial circuit or chief judge of a Georgia state court may suspend, toll, extend, modify, or otherwise grant relief from statutory speedy trial requirements, which is, as I stated, defined in 38362B1. It does not say, this statute does not say that a chief judge can pick and choose amongst the statutory speedy trial requirements which ones are told and which ones are not told. So the state, if they want to take the position that some requirements are told and some are not, then these orders are all void orders. And they have no effect. They are not authorized. They are not statutorily authorized.
So you're saying that the orders that Judge Brasher signed and I signed are not, are void?
If you accept the state's reading,
no,
they are void. So
no, I don't think they're tied to the state's reading. That's just the state's argument. I mean, the orders themselves, I believe, are lawful and
Well,
effective.
if the orders are lawful, Your Honor, respectfully, then my client's time to file a statutory speedy trial demand, we're also told, because that's what is required by statute, and my client's statutory speedy trial demand does have effect.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Mr. Uleski, anything else, sir?
Just to correct potentially a misconception about the state's position, we're not arguing anything to do with the orders being invalid or what the statute 32362 allows for. Certainly it allows for a judge like yourself or Judge Brasher, former Chief Judge Brasher, to suspend every kind of deadline to do with the speedy trial. But in the April 28 order that Judge Brasher did sign, which was applicable, I guess, from May 22 to January 23, that's the order that's applicable to this inquiry. And that order says that the only deadlines that are told are those within which to try a case for which a demand for a speedy trial has been filed. If it were otherwise, it would have said otherwise. This is the very first sentence in the order, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Based upon what Mr. Short, your filings and arguments in the next court's exhibits in order and state's response, I'm going to deny your motion for, actually, I'm going to dismiss your motion for speedy trial as untimely due to those cases as follows: Johnson versus the state, Abbott versus the state, and Blinkface versus the state, in the sense that it is fatal and it needs to be strictly complied. So, state, can you file an appropriate order? Send that to Mr. Short for his perusal, and if you could get that to us by next Friday, that would be great. Okay?
And Your Honor, my objection be noted for the record, and for the record, my client would still like a speedy trial.
He's getting one right now. Okay, all right. Anything else, sir? Okay, Mr. Lesky, you okay with next Friday?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay, all right. Any other business we need to take up, councils? Any further inquiry of me? What time do we have to be here tomorrow, Ms. Fagan? 10. Where do you need to be at 10 o'clock? 9. You're gonna get in. So you're gonna get old lunch.
I don't stop at red lights.
They're just aspirational, right? Okay, all right. Okay, so 9 o'clock, courtroom 8F. Be there, be ready, and we'll go ahead and, as Ms. Von Kelt just said, in the best of utopias, 10 o'clock, reality, probably about 10:30, but we need to be in place so that we can go ahead and get started, so we can get finished with all the instructions and then the playing of the indictment. So, but thank you all for your patience and consideration, and if there's not anything else, we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? All right, we're in recess.